1 minute, folks. Internet's particularly shitty today. Nothing I can do about it. But hello and good evening, morning, day, or night, wherever it is you are, to all the wonderful people of the internet. My name is J-Man, and this is Miners Love Games. And let me be the first to say welcome back to another wonderful episode of Resident Evil Village. Now, it's been about a month since my last stream, and that one cut off particularly suddenly as well. And I want to apologize for that. Some stuff came up, and some stuff has continued to come up since then. A long story short, I'm going to be heading out of town. Long story short, I'm going to be heading out of town for the next 3 months. I'm heading up to a ranch in Maine that is supposed to help people get their shit together, teach them valuable life skills, and just kind of not reorient, but to just learn things. And everyone I've talked to about this has said that it's a fantastic idea. So most of last month and this month has been spent preparing for that. As a matter of fact, if you're watching the VOD of this right now, whether it be on Twitch or YouTube, chances are I'm already on my way to Maine, or I'm already at Maine. In which case, I'm going to be radio silent for the next 3 months. So yeah. But I wanted to try and finish this up before I left. Same with Resident Evil 7 and those special little things. So what my plan here is to do this tonight, and then tomorrow finish up like the Lost Tapes DLC for finish up the Lost Tapes DLC for Resident Evil 7. And then I will have the VODs uploaded, and much with the remainder of Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8 VODs, I will be scheduling those to release periodically while I'm gone. At least once a week, maybe twice a week, depending on things, but so that y'all can at least have something to watch while I'm gone. That'll be over at my YouTube channel, Miners Love Games, and you can find the VODs for a lot of things. But in the meantime, where we last left off we finished up on the Village of Shadows difficulty, and well, we've basically been in the game. I've been busy in the meantime, preparing for my little vacation, so to say. But I've been doing a lot of other things as well. I've been playing Dead by Daylight again, especially with the release of the Resident Evil chapter that brings Chris, Leon, Claire, and Jill, along with everyone's favorite monster, Nemesis, into the world of Dead by Daylight. And on top of all that, Capcom has announced that they are indeed working on DLC for Resident Evil 8. And I'm looking forward to whatever that is when I return. But for the time being, today we're going to take a much slower approach to things. And we're in fact going to... We're in fact going to go and just go ahead and have a look at all the bonuses and everything that the game has to offer us. The concept art, the stories, the special things like that. So, no gunshots, no violence, nothing like that. Just kind of a more slow-paced thing. And I think it's probably better that way, in all honesty. But I'm very interested to look over this, and I'm going to be giving my overall thoughts, my opinions, and predictions for Resident Evil. My primary hope, and with all that said and done, let's go ahead and jump in. My primary hope with and no, I didn't want to go to Maine at first either, but it was kind of a it wasn't exactly a voluntary thing. I made it. It wasn't exactly a choice on my part, but I think getting away from it all would in fact do me some good. So, happy little thing there. As you can see here in the extra concept, I've been playing the game quite a lot, even off stream. I'm on like my 5th playthrough. But yeah, and the game's kind of faded away a bit, but I'm still here and I'm still digging this. We've basically gotten all the unlockables. I went through off stream and went through all that. So there's concept art, there's figures, there's the challenges, the tragedy of Ethan Winters, and the Baker Incident Report. We're going to start off with the Baker Incident Report, which is available only on the Special Edition, which I got. And I was midway through reading this when I had to cut the stream off last time. But with all that said and done, this primarily fills in the gap between Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8 through the lens and viewpoint of a certain familiar character. The Baker Incident Report. This report depicts my investigations into the events after the incident at the Baker's residence. The Baker Incident, July 2017. A number of people lost their lives at a residence in the middle of the American countryside. It was a truly horrifying tragedy. I still don't know the exact number of victims. 2 survivors, husband and wife Ethan and Mia Winters, were able to shed some light on the events, which would have shook the world, but there was a cover-up, and the Winterses vanished. There is someone, or something, powerful, acting behind the scenes. I just know it. I decided to investigate, to follow the breadcrumbs of what happened after. How can I be so sure? Because I'm someone who was there. First of all, how was this incident reported upon? It's discovered. First of all, how was this oh my god. First of all, how was this incident reported upon its discovery by the world? Let's take a look at some of the newspaper clippings from that time to see how the news was manipulated. 1. Discovery of the incident. Local newspaper, The Dalby Daily, July 22nd, 2017. Family of 4 found dead in Dalby. Dalby County Sheriff's Office have reported that the Baker family were found dead in their home in North Dalby on the 21st of July. The surrounding details are currently unknown, apart from the deaths of Jack Baker, his wife Marguerite, their son Lucas, and daughter Zoe. Deputy Sheriff Dave Anderson has also been missing since the 19th, according to Deputy Sheriff Riley Whiteford, who visited the Bakers' residence around the time of his disappearance. Social media posts, July 22nd, 2017. That thing with the dead family. Wasn't that where that giant black monster was? You think they were eaten by that thing? No way. It's not some cheesy horror movie. Old man Jack did say some crazy stuff. I remember him getting into a lot of fights. He probably killed the whole family, then offed himself. Transcript of a complaint to the county sheriff's office. I don't believe it. It's been 2 days already, but you haven't reported anything else. Was it murder? An accident? Suicide? And what's with all the National Guard sealing the place off? What are y'all hiding? Very little was reported shortly after the Baker incident was discovered, leading to rapid spread of rumors and speculation. The Bakers were completely isolated from the rest of the community, and sealing off the entire area around their home set things in motion. I recall there sure was a lot of public pressure on the press for information. I admit that at the time I was being held in quarantine by a certain organization, and couldn't see any of the news for myself. They finally allowed me to watch TV a few days after, and I was flabbergasted by the stark difference between the reports and reality. 2. The cover-up. Local newspaper, The Dalby Daily, July 30th, 2017. Sheriff's Office say Baker family killed by natural gas. In a follow-up on the deaths of the Baker family on July 21st, the Dalby County Sheriff's Office stated, "It is highly likely that their deaths were caused by a hydrogen sulfide leak. The local area is surrounded by wetlands, which combined with a concentration of pollution could have led to the buildup of toxic gas that claimed the lives of the Baker family. The leak has been blocked, however. The authorities have sealed off the area in order to prevent any further accidents." The victims included were deceased Jack Baker, Marguerite Baker, Lucas Baker, Zoe Baker, Dave Anderson, Clancy Javis, Andre Stickland, Peter Walken. Injured, Ethan Winters, Mia Winters. Social media posts, July 30th, 2017. Toxic hydrogen sulfide gas. They're kidding, right? I heard there were soldiers, tanks, helicopters, the whole shebang when it happened. The government's up to something for sure. And here come the conspiracy theorists. A bunch of nut jobs like you came out of the woodwork during the Raccoon City incident too. But there was that black monster, and that satellite photo of the shipwreck. You have to admit, something's fishy. Magazine Inspector. An interview with Sally Baldwin, Professor of Geological Sciences at Minden University. Interviewer. So, you don't agree with the report from the sheriff's office that it was a natural gas leak? Baldwin. We can't rule it out completely, but it's very unusual, all things considered. Hydrogen sulfide builds up in areas where there is a lot of volcanic activity. The town of Dalby, however, has no volcanic activity anywhere in the same area. My own geological survey in 1998 revealed absolutely no hydrogen sulfide in the area. A tragic natural gas leak. That was the official stance on the Baker incident. But this is a complete fabrication. Nothing about the murders in that house. Nothing about the terrifying monsters that stalked the halls and lived within its walls. It's evident that someone was keeping the truth hidden. The thing that surprised me the most was the fact that my name was on the list of victims. The organization still had me in quarantine. I was terrified the whole shebang would come to an end, with me actually being among the deceased. Thankfully, it was a needless fear. The organization gave me a new identity and let me go. I guess they figured I was harmless and didn't know anything else. I was allowed to live as a new person, apparently for my own safety. I tried to contact the other two survivors, Ethan and Mia. They saved my life after all. I wanted to at least thank them, but they'd completely disappeared. I know the organization knows where they are, so I decided to investigate. The BSAA, Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, a counter-bioterrorism organization sanctioned by the United Nations. It was formed to combat the rise in bioterrorism after the collapse of Umbrella Pharmaceuticals. They have combated terrorism across the world, including China and Europe, and are highly regarded as bioterrorist police. The BSAA finally intervened in the Baker incident, and were the ones that saved Ethan, Mia, and I. Thanks to my detainment in their facility, I have a pretty good idea of who their members are. I was very persuasive when it came to asking them about the organization and top secret documents. The topic I was most interested in was, of course, the Baker incident. I wanted to know the truth the BSAA was hiding. Free. The Hidden Truth. Magazine. Inspector. Secret meeting between the sheriff and international organization. One of our reporters has unearthed evidence that a secret meeting happened between Dolby's Sheriff Coleridge and an international organization known as the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, BSAA. Many have voiced their concerns around the legitimacy of the Sheriff's Office statement that the incident at the Baker estate was caused by a toxic gas leak. Inspector suspects there might be more to the story, and the Sheriff's Office and BSAA are covering something up. We reached out to the Sheriff's Office, but they refused to give a statement. Edgar McClintock, BSAA Investigations Department. Final report on the Baker incident. The following details the investigation into the biological disaster in Dolby, Louisiana, also known as the Baker incident. This document is for employees of Class B clearance and above. We have concluded that the Baker incident was caused by accidental contamination from a prototype bioweapon known as Evelyn. The residents of the Baker household were contaminated by a mold-like pathogen, mutemacete. Evelyn was capable of rapidly producing this mold, and it enabled her to control those infected both mentally and physically. The Baker family were not the only victims. Evelyn manipulated the Bakers into kidnapping dozens of people. These victims were infected and mutated into monstrous creatures called molded. Evelyn was originally created in a Munich research facility by the international crime syndicate, The Connections. BSAA dispatched a team to destroy Evelyn. The mission, however, was not successful, and Evelyn escaped. Evelyn was then transferred to America by the Connections via ship, along with her caretaker, Mia Winters. However, Evelyn managed to escape during transport. She murdered most of the ship's crew and destroyed the ship. We believe she then abandoned the vessel that had washed up in the bayou near the Baker residence. The aforementioned operation to eliminate Evelyn was BSAA's failing. We cannot deny that, as it resulted in Evelyn infecting innocent civilians. BSAA will have to take responsibility should these events ever come to light. As such, we advise that a cover story is fed to the media, and BSAA's involvement is kept quiet. End of report. E-Series Mutemacete Analysis Report. Biological Analysis Report on the E-Series Mutemacete, henceforth referred to as a mutemacete, recovered from a Baker residence. Speaking of mutemacete, you can't see it. I tweeted about it a while ago, but I actually got a replica vial of the mutemacete off of an Etsy store. It's like an actual medical grade glass. It's got the label and umbrella logo and everything, and it's even got like a colored liquid with like something inside it. And I even got like a little virus holder that holds it right there. It's so cool. You can find them on Etsy. They're remarkably cheap to get. They make all sorts of like sci-fi-ish, they make all sorts of sci-fi-ish props and stuff that you can buy. They've got ones for Las Plagas and Ouroboros as well. Anyway, the Mutemacete has similar characteristics to Cladosporium, black mold, and has incredibly high reproductive properties. It acts like a parasite, infecting the cells and rewriting the DNA of its host. Furthermore, when it combines with other bacteria, it creates its own muscle tissue, brain, and nervous system. As such, an organism infected with the Mutemacete transforms into a type of undead monster. End of report. Bioweapon report file. A human biological weapon constructed through the implantation of Mutemacete into a human embryo has the ability to infect with a fungal network and control hosts through brainwave signals. Evelyn was driven by a natural instinct to create a family, and the infected victims she controlled were her surrogate family. However, due to an innate defect in her chromosomes, Evelyn's cells reproduced at an accelerated rate, causing her to age rapidly, then die. End of report. The Connections report. The Connections is a crime syndicate with no base of operations. Their organizational structure is unknown. However, we are aware of their actions on a global level. In recent years, they have been particularly active in Eastern Europe. Most of their activities appear to revolve around the creation and selling of bioweapons. Evelyn was one of their products. Reliable sources have confirmed that the criminal organization was founded by Brandon Bailey. Bailey is a shrewd man and was once the right-hand man of Oswell E. Spencer, CEO and president of the Umbrella Corporation. His current status and location unknown. Bailey and Spencer became estranged due to differing visions, and Bailey used the connections he made working as the director of the Umbrella Africa Research Center to branch off and found the crime syndicate. The organization's main goal appears to simply be commercial gain. Further investigations are in progress. End of report. According to BSAA's top secret documents, the Baker incident as I knew it was just another statistical blip to be recorded. That fateful night, when the tanker washed up in the bayou, Jack took that little girl from the shipwreck and into our home. Then she turned everyone crazy, made us into monsters. BSAA knew this when they manipulated the media and covered the whole thing up. An easy thing to do for an organization with the direct backing from the United Nations. They couldn't let anyone know it was them who let Evelyn, the cause of all this, escape. I continued to investigate, and finally caught wind of Ethan and Mia's location. 4. Where the Winterses are. BSAA Investigations Department. Transcript of interview with Ethan Winters. Audio begins. Shall we begin then? Please state your name and occupation. Ethan. Ethan Winters. I'm a systems engineer. How many times do we have to do this? When are you going to let us go? Our interviews until now have been necessary to conclude if you had any ulterior motives. Now we understand that you were just an innocent victim in this whole incident. So, you're going to let us go? Yes, but we have one condition. What's that? We would like you and your wife to remain under our supervision. In exchange, we will provide you with a new home, a new country. What are you saying? You want us to take on new identities? Wait, a new country? You want us to move to another country? To a lovely country in Eastern Europe, to be precise. Europe? You've got to be kidding. Why the hell would we... You are both witnesses to what happened. There is a certain criminal organization who is looking for you. We are doing this for your protection. Think of it more like witness protection. But all the way to Europe. Without any say. You can forget everything you experienced here. Start a new life. It's better for both of you that way. There's no way we can forget everything that happened. I want to talk to Mia about this. Let me talk to Mia. Audio ends. BSAA Investigations Department. Transcript of interview with Mia Winters. Audio begins. According to our examinations, you are mostly free of the mold now, Mia. Have you... Did you tell him about my past? No. As a sign of appreciation for your cooperation, BSAA has not divulged your involvement with the connections. I just want to return to a normal life with Ethan. To forget everything. Audio ends. Ethan and Mia are in Europe. I was ecstatic that I finally had a clue into their whereabouts. However, that was where my investigation hit a brick wall. BSAA's security is tight, and even with some acquaintances helping me out, no one knew the Winters' exact location. Which makes sense when you consider an international crime syndicate is after them. 2 years passed, and no progress. I ended up working as a rookie reporter for a small newspaper in New Orleans. The Baker incident has all but vanished from people's minds. Then, one day, a letter arrived at my tiny apartment. It was from none other than Mia Winters herself. Mia's letter. Hey! How are you doing? It's been a while, hasn't it? BSAA won't let us send any emails or letters, but I gave this directly to an employee to give to you, so it should be safe. Our location is still hidden. I've always wanted to tell you how thankful I am. Ethan and I would have died in that house if it hadn't been for you. It must have been hard to fight all alone for so long. So, thank you. I can't tell you where we are, but we're safe and happy. I feel like we finally settled down into our new life. The house BSAA gave us is huge. I don't know what to do with it all. Oh, that reminds me. There's a reason I wanted to write you. Ethan and I had a baby. I included a picture of her with this letter. I warn you, she is so cute. Yep, very cute baby. Happy half-birthday. We named her Rosemary. Isn't it such a wonderful name? I hope you can come and see her someday. Ethan wants to see you too. I've learned all kinds of local dishes. I'm sure you'll like them too. No need to reply. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Take care of yourself, okay? Sincerely, Mia Winters. A letter from Mia and Ethan out of nowhere. And they have a daughter. I had almost given up finding them. I couldn't hold back the tears. I'm glad the three of them are happy in their new life. Just as I went to close the mailbox, I spotted another envelope. It was embossed with the BSAA logo. The sender unknown. It contained the following. BSAA HQ. Warning letter to Chris Redfield. Chris, we are growing concerned with your recent activity. According to recent reports, you have taken personal control of the elite unit, the Hound Wolf Squad, without permission. And you've accessed a number of top secret documents, also without permission. What the hell are you doing? What are you and your squad doing in Eastern Europe? Who the fuck is this Miranda that keeps popping up in your correspondences? What is with the investigation into the Winters family? You've been very critical of BSAA since the Baker incident. You might be one of the founding original 11, but I cannot let you continue to run around unchecked. So, I will repeat myself. What the hell are you doing? BSAA HQ. Investigations. There was one thing scribbled on the back of this. It's not over. This is everything I have on the Baker incident. It's purely for my own reference. I don't intend to send it out to the general public. I will continue my investigation. Many have tried to get in my way, slow me down, but I'm doing this for my family. I won't give up. I know that someday I'll be able to give Ethan and Mia my thanks directly. At least, I pray I can. My name is Zoe Baker, a survivor of this tragedy. The Baker Incident Report. End. Oh man, that didn't work. That didn't work on me. I do like how they worked that in, though. I wonder if we're gonna see Zoe in one of the DLCs. See how her story see what factors in there. Or maybe we'll get an entire other game about her. That'd be cool. Okay. Sorry, had to drink something. Village of Shadows, remembering Resident Evil 7. I did that already. The audio in these tends to skip, so I'm gonna leave that out, unfortunately, but... Now on to what I'm really looking forward to, the concept art. The concept art for video games is always fascinating to look at, because you get to see what, like, the original idea was, and then see it kind of grow and change. And sometimes there's drastic changes, sometimes there's minute changes, and sometimes there's many, many hints at what could have been. So let's start from 1 and go forward. Ethan, Mia, and Rose. Art directors Commons. Concept art for Winterses. The original idea was to have Mia in a wheelchair due to the events of the previous game. That's interesting. Considering everything she went through, paralysis wouldn't have been the most shocking, to be honest, but I can kind of see why they threw that to the wayside after a bit, especially with Resident Evil 7 having Grandma in the wheelchair. Very interesting. I also love how they continually keep Ethan in the shadows, no matter what. Whoops. Art director's comment. Rosemary Winters, grown up. I am very glad I did not look at these my first time immediately. Art director's comment. A concept art for a grown-up version of Rosemary Winters. She's wearing Ethan's jacket, which he wrapped her in when she was a baby. Yeah. We wanted to create the impression of Evelyn's influence, so we included green in her key colors. There was also an idea that Rose would fight some of Ethan's enemies. An idea that didn't seem to make it to the forefront, but looking at the concept art especially, you can very much whoops, damn it. You can very much see the Evelyn influence, especially with the dress here, and the look in the eyes in particular. I really like that. You can see you can see what they were going for here. It seems like the one on the left is kind of the style they were going for at first, but then it got into the third picture, which is what she appears as in the there we go. Which she appears as in the after scenes credits. I don't know what kind of gun she has. It looks like the over-under shotgun that we see the villagers use in the beginning of the game, and probably from 7. I've gone into detail about Rosemary and Evelyn in particular, and the girl on the moon. That's a reference to like the Village of Shadows story, but I've gone into detail about how Rose and Evelyn work, and you can rewatch some of the VODs to hear me explain that a bit more. But it's very interesting because Miranda at the end of the game talks about how her power is leaving her, and I didn't piece it together at the time, but it only happened after Rose came back. Rose is Evelyn Reborn. It's implied, in almost all but stated, that she has the memories of all the previous hosts of the Evelyn series, Mutemacy. So Jack Baker, Jack, Marguerite, Zoe, Lucas, Ethan, Mia, Evelyn, and of course Rose as well. So since we're all connected, it's a general memory bank. So Rose is kind of Evelyn Reborn in that aspect. She got what she wanted in the end. She got a family, but the question of how much of Rose is Rose and how much of Rose is Evelyn is very much left open to interpretation. I personally feel that at least from what I've seen, Rose is very much her own person. She doesn't refer to herself as Evelyn. She refers to herself as Rose. And I definitely think she, as herself, is her own person. But she does have the memories and maybe a bit of the temper of Evelyn in her. And I very much am interested, because this does bring up an interesting thing. I very much would be interested in seeing if Rose makes a return in future games, future DLC, and just in the future in general. I definitely feel that Capcom has kind of covertly been setting up the next generation of Resident Evil protagonists for a little while now. We have Moira Burden in the Resident Evil Revelations 2. We had Jake and Sherry from Resident Evil 6. And now we have Rose. And while I don't think we're going to be seeing some big Avengers style initiative or Justice League shit or anything like that, I would very much be interested in seeing fresh faces be shoved into the limelight. As if Ethan is anything to go by, people are very much open to new characters being introduced. It only took 2 games. He was here, he came, he left his mark, he went, rest in peace, but he left his mark on the Resident Evil universe and settled himself for a lot of people, myself included, as one of their favorite Resident Evil protagonists. So I'd be very interested, Capcom, in seeing more of Rose, more of Mia, etc. in the future. Because, and I think Capcom knows this as well, from what I've seen, especially with Chris's section in Village, of how most of the Resident Evil protagonists that we know now, or that we knew, Leon, Claire, Jill, and Chris, they're kind of badasses. Speaking of Leon and Claire, I'm super excited for Into Darkness, Resident Evil Into Darkness. Whether it's cheesy, stupid fun, or whatever, I don't care. I'm gonna love it regardless. I can't wait to watch it when I get back. They got the voice actors for Leon and Claire from the RE2 remake back for it. I'm so excited. But back on topic. Chris's section in particular shows us that they're kind of unstoppable at this point. They're kind of badasses. Like, I still think you can tell interesting stories with them. I think you can use a character for as long as you want. As long as you don't make it too out of hand or too stupid. And I feel that, to maintain the horror and survival horror aspect of the Resident Evil series, the aspect that a lot of people associate the series with, you need to gravitate away from the mainline protagonists like Leon or Jill, etc. As they have kind of become more associated with action horror and such instead. If we want to maintain the atmosphere that Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil Village have maintained, we're gonna need to see some new protagonists. And to see it from the perspective of a newer generation, the next generation of the protagonists, such as Rose or Jake or Sherry, I'd be all for that. But little tangent off, let's go on to the next one. But either way, I'm very interested to see where they go from here, and I'm very interested to see what they do with the DLC. My man Chris. Dude's pushing dude's in like his early 50s at this point, and he's still rocking it. Yeah, it's very interesting. They seem to have maintained this. What does that say? Can't read it. But they seem to have maintained the a lot of the original designs for this. They went back to the... Oh, that's interesting. It seems like they originally lent more into the RE7 version of his character before kind of mashing it together with the RE5 Chris, which is what we get in the middle. Very interesting. A few designs for Chris Redfield. Initial drafts of the story had him visit Winters dressed in civilian clothes. The Hound Wolf squad called him Alpha. The Mia that Chris shot was actually Miranda in disguise. When he loses Rose to her, he calls on his task force, the Hound Wolves, for backup. The Hound Wolf Squad. This is the first time Chris's elite squad makes an appearance in the Resident Evil universe. They were created to hunt the Lycans, and as such were named the Hound Wolf Squad. From left to right, Umber Eyes, a veteran sniper. K9, a young dog handler. Lobo, machine gunner. Night Owl, communications, and Tundra, former undercover agent for the DEA. I really hope we get to see more of these guys and girls in the future. I especially think that the DLC that we'll be seeing in the future might be what happens when Chris goes to the BSA HQ. With all of these in particular. And my god, I just realized that these guys are dressed like every DayZ roleplay group I've encountered. They've got the same weapons as well. Oh my god, it really is just them. This is 100% what Preacher was going for with the Brotherhood. 100%. Villagers 1. Art director's comment, character designs for the villagers that seek refuge in Louisa's house. Hold on, let me see. Yeah. Urban warfare. Exactly what they were going for. And here we have the villagers. Character designs for the villagers that seek refuge in Louisa's house. From left to right, Leonardo, Elena's father, Elena, Louisa, and Julian. We saw all of them in... the game. The design for villagers was based on a mixture of Gothic and modern imagery. Outfits and hair from the 1960s were also used as inspiration. Interesting. Yeah, I noticed a very heavy Gothic, of course, inspiration with a lot of the designs that are dresses harkening back to old style 1960s fashion in like rural areas and very Amish styled clothing from the time. Very interesting. The character designs for the other villagers Ethan meets at Louisa's house. From left to right, Sebastian, Anton, Roxana, and the Hag. The one weirdo who follows you to the party. But very interesting. For characters who only had very limited time, there was a lot of detail put into them. Although from what I've gathered, it seems like they probably had a bigger role, but it was cut. Nicole Tompkins talked about it a bit, how Louisa was apparently going to have, not Louisa, Elena was going to have a slightly larger role in the game. Yes! The Merchant, the Duke. Art director's comment. Design for the Merchant, the Duke. He was originally going to make his entrance with a runaway carriage and his horses running wild, but this was axed during development. I much prefer the more subdued manner in which he was introduced. I feel it fit him better. Art director's comment. The parasite Cadu. These parasites are key to the story of Village, and are used in the design for the village symbol, combined with 4 wings which represent the 4 lords. The golden ring symbolizes the sun, space, as well as eternity. This suggests that the sun, soul, and everything that encompasses them do not have an end. Really? That's very interesting. Ooh. Very interesting. The parasite in the center is an ominous image, which links the whole story back to Rose. The sun, soul, and everything that encompasses them do not have an end because of the Cadu, which links back to Rose and the mutant Megamycete. Very interesting. E. Belcher CB. Huh. But I was able to piece together that it looked like a fetus from the beginning. But very even uglier in the concept art. Ugh. It's like, it was like partial, they were bad enough in the game already, but like, oh god. Can't wait to see if they make a replica of this thing. That'll make a great conversation piece. Ooh. Art director's comment. The remains left when enemies are defeated were designed to look like ornaments. When the creatures perish, their cells turn into crystal. Yeah, we saw some of that with the Bakers in RE7, but this furthered upon it. This stuff looks like something you would find in Darkest Dungeon. The Crystal Skull, the Crystal Wing, Angie, Lady Dimitrescu, the Heart, the Beast, Moreau, the, no, those are the daughters, one of the soldats, Lady Dimitrescu, that waistline, yes. Oh, that's that one clearly designed. Is that supposed to be like think is that supposed to be Sturm, the propeller monster, or is that supposed to be Heisenberg? And there's the big beast's hammer. Very interesting. I really like how these are all... I'm always fascinated by the concept art of these things because of how well they're drawn out. The crests of the Four Lords. The crests of the Four Lords of the village. The Dimitrescu crest is a flower with two swords, a symbol of feminine power. Ah! You can also see a cross in the center, which is associated with vampires. Ah. Feminine power, yeah. Yeah, that makes quite a bit of sense. And the cross, of course, with vampires. The Beneviento crest is a moon and sun, symbols of fantasy and reality, as well as the dark of Dana and the bright white of Angie. Interesting thing I saw on the subreddit about Dana and Angie, as a matter of fact, is that the original owners of the Annabelle doll, the actual Annabelle that inspired the movies, the owners were named Dana and Angie. And that is 100% not a coincidence. But yeah, it shows the duality of the characters, and interestingly, even Angie's face is meant to break apart in a similar manner. Morose is a mermaid. Although we want Morose is a mermaid, although we wanted to create a very stark difference between the beautiful fish lady and the creepy fishman creature. Well done. Heisenberg's crest is a horse and horseshoe, implying he's a strong, sturdy man. The horse was also based on a chess piece. Initial designs had each crest with their own book, and that got carried over into Miranda's laboratory. In the center of the four crests is a symbol of crow feathers. That looks a lot like an umbrella. This is the basic design for the lichens. The concept behind them was primitive zombies, which was used to create a wild wolfman-looking creature. Yeah, I got that design from them. Not so much zombies, interestingly enough, more into the classical interpretations of werewolves and such, which is clearly what they were meant to invoke. But the primitive nature of it did come across very well. Now, the zombies, we clearly see quite a bit of in the game. We had a number of designs for the lichens, the most variety than any enemy in the series so far. I can kind of imagine why. It's a shame we didn't... I wonder if the DLC will see us fighting lichen on horseback. That would be very interesting, because they only showed up that one time and then they ran off, and it's kind of a shame that that potential wasn't explored more. But I can totally see why there would be so much design variation with these, as you can do so much with this. I love this art style. The Vargolak, that's what they're called. A ferocious creature derived from a lichen. You can no longer see where its human hair ends and its animal fur begins. The fur on its human body has also turned white. Yeah, that's the most unsettling part of the Varkoloak for me are its teeth. There's just something about it. Like, big, horrible beast monster is nothing new, let alone for Resident Evil. But I mean, if you've played Bloodborne in any capacity, there you go. But you'd expect something like this to have razor sharp teeth. And for it to have these human molars, these human-like teeth, there's just something so unsettling about it. Because it just looks wrong. Which is exactly what they were going for, I'm sure. Urias is the Lycan's boss. He used to be the leader of the village. Now he's just a shadow of his former self. Urias Strayer is his older brother. Urias Strayer, I believe, is who we fight as Chris. Very much went for like a lionish, wild wolf-esque thing. My original prediction was that this was like Chris transformed, and that the reason he was taking Rose was because Miranda could cure him, possibly, but I was way off on that mark. They still kept a big mane. Very, very interesting. Gonna leave this one out for a while for y'all. Alcina Dimitrescu. Similar to the villagers, her hair and clothes are based on 1960s New Look fashion. I got a much more 1910, 1912, 1940s and 50s-ish design, but yeah. Her design is based on the Japanese Yukai Hashaku-sama, literal meaning 8-foot lady. That's interesting. That's very interesting, because I remember when she was first revealed, there was a slight commotion from the Japanese fan base over it because of how much she resembled Hashaku-sama, the 8-foot lady. So to know that they took the actual inspiration from that is very interesting. Dimitrescu was also designed to be a vampire. Yep. Gets all of that. She has 3 black roses close to her heart, which each represent her 3 daughters. I like that. I love the little visual details, like the 3 roses and, yep, they even got her underwear right. Thanks, game. Yep, you can see it. You can, yep. But, sorry, Maggie. But that is interesting. I love the little visual details they did with Alcina throughout the, throughout her segment. The most prominent being in the dining room, where the one big chair is situated across from the 3 other chairs, so that Lady Dimitrescu can see her daughters while she's eating. You wouldn't pay attention to that, but it's such a nice little detail. And as a matter of fact, if you give me a second, I'm actually going to look up what Hashaku-sama looks like. Alright, let's see here. Oh. Huh. Yep. I can definitely see the inspiration. Let's see here. I can definitely see the inspiration here. Let me hold on. Yeah. As you can see, like, they got the inspiration down perfectly with that. Hashaku-sama. Very interesting. But back to the grind. On to the next. The daughters, Dimitrescu's daughters. From left to right, Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela. They each have a flower tattoo on their foreheads. Okay, so blonde, brunette, redhead. Alright. Just file that away in the filing cabinet so that I can call this later. It's a very interesting design with them, but I know it seems like they went with a much more basic robe compared to the more stylized variant here. Ooh, the Moreika. Moreika literally translates like zombie. The female enemies from the castle dungeons. Dimitrescu drains men of their blood and turns women into creatures to be her slaves. At least she's equal opportunity. In fact, it might be hard to see in-game, but all the enemies in the castle are female slaves. They certainly don't look like it. Like, clearly that was intended, but like the fact that they're so hideously deformed that you could barely even tell what they are is some like, I think that's the thing that really gets me about this is I don't know if they were, because if they were exposed to Kadu, they would have just turned into lichens. So are they just regular humans driven absolutely insane, or ugh. Sanka. Oh my god! The flying enemies that appear on the castle. That appear on the castle roof. Just like the Moreika, these too were once women who were turned into slaves. They use their long tongues to drink blood. Oh my god. Oh, it's even more horrifying in art form. Clearly meant to embody, like, gargoyles for the Gothic architecture, but also mosquitoes. Mutated Dimitrescu. Art director's comments: Dracula. A motive for Dimitrescu also means child of a dragon. So we went for a dragon vampire design. We used her key colors of white, red, and black, combined with key elements found in traditional Resident Evil monster designs. I noticed that quite a bit with the mouths and the tendrils, and especially with like the body sprouting from it, still being recognizable in some way. Traditional Resident Evil monster designs. Her scales are actually her cells clumping together. Each of the boss transformations is a larger version of themselves, which for Alcina meant an unusually massive vampire with gigantic fangs. Very well done. In detail. Ooh. We also designed the way her human body is stored in her back. Also, Dimitrescu's enlarged cells grow hair-like tendrils thanks to the parasite's influence. Oh, wow, she's out of the back the entire time, but the fact that they designed how she would fit in is disturbing, to say the least. But someone still finds this sexy. Hi, Donna Beneviento and Angie. The puppeteer Donna and her doll Angie. Donna is dressed in black mourning clothes, while Angie is dressed in a wedding dress with flowers, each representing death and life, and of course the black and white contrast as well. Angie's face is based on the same sun and moon motif as the Beneviento crest. I pointed that out earlier, but you can see it especially with the artwork here, like, even her, there's the slight mouth of the moon on the left side, and it stands out on its own like that. Donna's face is also based on the same crest symbol, with the scarred part of her face caused by the parasite. Her base concept is that she's a ghost. I did get that vibe, just silently floating from place to place. And I never put that together before, that her scarred, parasitic part of her face is, also a mirror of the crest. That's very interesting. We're gonna see a concept art of the baby in a minute, aren't we? Oh no. Donna's dolls. The Beneviento family dolls which Donna made. Horrifying. Yep, there it is. Art director's comment. Baby is a 2 to 3 minute old girl who's 5 feet 10 inches tall and 7 feet 7 inches long. She was created from the doll of Mia. Her umbilical cord drags behind as she crawls, and she calls Ethan Dada. She can open her left eye with effort and will put anything in her mouth. If she finds what she's looking for, she'll instantly eat it. She dribbles a lot and has no teeth, but her hands and feet look like a real baby's. Aww, it's so beautiful, isn't it? Look at that little face and everything else. Oh, you're such a good baby. Yay. Oh god, Moreau is even worse. Moreau. Oh my god, look at the x-ray. No wonder he's hunched forward like that. Oh my god. Moreau made a crown for himself out of the bones of the villagers. He's also the most corroded by the parasite than any other lord. The concept behind his design is that he's half fish, half man, and we used a number of creepy sea creature parts while also conveying a very Resident Evil series style monster. But Unlike most other transformed creatures in the series, he still understands and can speak human speech, a rare monster that can communicate. Inspiration from Lisa Trevor definitely present here. His brain has swollen. His brain? Oh, Jesus! His brain has swollen into his back, which has also sprouted eyebrows. His design was also based on the Japanese river yokai Kappa. Oh, that's his brain? Dude. Oh, it's like leaking pus. Oh, you're so pretty. I'm gonna look up that thing. The Kappa. Huh. I can kind of see the inspiration, but it's not as present, but I can see what they were going for. Oh my god, the fact that they gave him an X-ray. Mutated Moreau. Ooh, that's a lot of eyes. Moreau's mutated form looks a lot more like an aquatic creature. As each of the boss fights are giant versions of themselves, Moreau is a massive mer creature covered with frog spawn looking eyes. It does look like frog eggs. That's what it reminded me of. He uses his large arms and legs as well as his giant fish-like body to swim. In detail, this piece was used to visualize Moreau's acid vomit attack, as well as his humanoid body inside the mouth of his monstrous body. Ugh. We tried to convey his creepy aquatic nature in each movement and each attack. Well done. Carl Heisenberg. Heisenberg's main concept is based on Frankenstein. We wanted to create a cool gray-haired character who is a little rough around the edges. He smokes his favorite Cuban cigars. Frankenstein? Yeah. I can see it a bit. I can see it a bit. Especially literal army of Dr. Frankenstein is what those Soldat things were based off of, apparently. But they definitely got the cool factor down for him if all the lusting fangirls is anything to go by. Yo! That looks sick. We went for a look that was the mutated Heisenberg. We went for a look that was the opposite of his human form. A giant mechanical monster. The design based on the idea that he uses scrap left scattered around the factory. You can really see his face smashed in there in this design. He owns weapons from tanks and planes, and has mountains of scrap for his mass-produced experiments. In detail. Ooh, it's even worse in detail. The original design was based on the splendid Royale Moth Caterpillar. Ooh. We wanted him to look like he moved on treads, and be faster than any other boss monster. Soldat Eins. We called these enemies Drillman for a long time during development, because one arm was replaced with a drill. The idea for these enemies is that they have a reactor inside their chests, with a parasite inside, that acts like an internal combustion engine. The goggles are units that Heisenberg uses to control them. Oof. I thought that the zombies in Call of Duty zombies looked hideous. That's next level. Soldat Panzer. We consciously created the enemies in the factory to be different, so they didn't just terrify players, but also created a strong sense of anticipation. The design was based on Western medieval armor and helmets. I can see that, especially with like the nozzle and everything. And yeah, they did terrify me. There was also anticipation of fighting them. Yeah, I can see that. Soldat Jet. We were really attached to the name Jet Drill during development. They used jets on their backs and their heads looked like fighter planes. Huh, they look more like hammerhead sharks to me. This design is similar to the horseshoe crab. We designed the front and back with different amounts of detail, so the back would be particularly shocking. Oof. Sturm. The propeller on his head is made from 3 chainsaw blades. He chopped his own arms off when they got in the way of the spinning blades. This was... what? Shit. There was one plan to have the Sturm be Heisenberg's real father. Oof, that would have been grim. And during development, he was called Propeller Man. Urias Strega. The parasite manifested differently in this creature compared to most lichens. We created him as a guard of the Megamycete. His final version wields a giant mace rather than a hammer. Urias is his younger brother. So that is who we fought at the end. Miranda. Don't look at me like that. Mother Miranda's design is based on the concept of a crow queen. She's a religious leader who is after Rose and has the ability to mimic anyone or anything. The wings on her back are made from mold, so she has complete control over them. Her dress is old and worn, showing that she has ruled the village for a very long time. As the root of all evil in this game, and technically the whole series, you can see her likeness in the talisman used for village. You can also see the crests of the 4 lords in her stole, further evidence of her rule. Oh, you can! And interestingly enough, while the idea of a crow queen is definitely what they were going for, especially with the mask, I also got a incredibly heavy biblical angel vibe from her, especially with the 6 wings. As if you read in the wheel, as if you've read anything about the angels that appear in the Bible, you know that they are horrific eldritch abominations. Be not afraid. Mutated Miranda. The mold inside her body has overflowed, and her mouth and skin are starting to crack. Her golden halo is now larger and more solid, and is growing out of her spine. She has lived for a very long time, and her age is finally showing. We didn't want the fight with Miranda to be like an event, but a challenging boss fight. So we went with a design where her human facade is still intact. Well done. Flying form. Miranda uses the network of mold to access the genetic makeup of various living creatures that are stored in the Megamycete. She uses these to transform during battle. Miranda's giant spider-looking form. Ugh. The concept for the picture book, Village of Shadows. The concept for the picture book was based on pop-up books in Shigiri-e, Japanese torn paper pictures. The key colors for Village are antique gold, metallic black, and snow white. All of these were used in the picture book. Those are the colors that show up the most. The concept for the family in the picture books were of course based on Ethan, Mia, and Rose. The girl's hair color matches grown-up Rose's hair in the final version. I never noticed that! Oh, that's so cool! Concept art for the Bat Lord in the picture book. The white of its fur was based on Dimitrescu, and the three black bats are based on her daughters. The vampire bat imagery is a hint that this is a connection to Dracula. I would buy an art book of all of this stuff. The designs for the Fish King and the Dark Weaver are based on Moreau and Beneviento, respectively. And it even looks like Angie when it's held like that. The horse. Concept art for the Iron Steed, and which are, of course, based on Heisenberg and Miranda. The scene in the book where the girl is taken under a full moon is the same as the game's story. Oh, I never noticed that! Art director's comment, concept art for when the girl and her mother go into the forest in the picture book to look for berries. Concept art for when the girl gets lost in the forest in the picture book. These could be art pieces all on their own. Concept art for when the father and mother go into the forest to save their daughter. Concept art of the father fighting the witch and the mother escaping with their daughter. Chills! I just got chills. Concept art of a prologue of Village where Mia is reading the picture book to Rose. Glad they didn't go with that. Concept art for the prologue of Village where Chris shoots Mia and takes Rose. Whew. Concept art for the prologue of Village where Chris takes Rose. This was created and used as key visualization for the team during development so we could get an idea of Ethan's perspective on events. Very interesting. Ooh. The development of Village was a lot of trial and error, but it was always going to be a survival horror game. This was how the Lycans were created. Fight with the Lycans. Oh, hello, desktop wallpaper. Oh, I really like that. Oh, that looks so cool. I'm a sucker for art pieces like this. View of the mountains towering above the village below. This was drawn on the first day of development? We wanted to create an impact different from the horror of being trapped in a house like in Resident Evil 7. We used the tall, overbearing mountains to give this game an isolated, haunted village feel. You succeeded! Cabin in the woods. This concept art of a cabin was created to demonstrate to the entire team the level of rendering quality we were going for in this game. It also seems like this was a baseboard for what they used for the house with the old man in the final product. A large windmill looms over a graveyard. Windmill would be later repurposed for Moreau. The gate connecting the village to Castle Dimitrescu. The relief on the gate shows a young maiden saving the village from a terrible demon long ago. That's supposed to be Miranda saving the Megamycete to get her daughter back or something. Louisa's house. Concept art for the fields leading up to Louisa's house. The scarecrow is nothing special, but there are a number of goat bone constructs erected to ward off evil. That's what those are. Oh, the fact that they get turned into makeshift crosses for most of the burned bodies later, makes it extra grim. The surviving villagers who have escaped the Lycan attack huddle together. Seems like they were always going with a rough number here. Oh baby, oh no. The Lycans are savage wild beasts, but we also wanted to convey that they are pack creatures. Getting the right balance of intelligence and nature in this image, as well as in the game, was one of the biggest challenges. I'd say they succeeded remarkably well with conveying that, especially with how they work together a lot to attack. They don't just rush you one-on-one, they rush as a pack. Art director's comment. The concept art for Ethan's trial. Miranda and the lords began to use this space for trials in the past to pass judgment on heretics. From left to right, Dimitrescu, Donna, Miranda, Moreau, and Heisenberg. Their positions and mannerisms reflect their status and personalities. Goddamn right they do. Concept art for the vineyard outside Castle Dimitrescu, which Dimitrescu uses to make her wine. You can see her daughters dragging a victim from the village into the castle. Yeesh. Castle Dimitrescu is creepy, but also decorated with alluring imagery, such as these statues. Concept art for Dimitrescu's dressing room. All of her clothes are either white or red. Red probably hides the blood better. The tasting room under the castle, where Dimitrescu's victims were drained of their blood, which she uses to make her wine. Usually the concept art is fairly different from what shows up in the final product, but a lot of what I've seen so far has been translated remarkably well into the game. Dimitrescu looking around in her wine cellar as Ethan crawls through the tunnels under the castle. A room filled with treasures and works of art. This was where the labyrinth was originally going to be located. Seems like they traded it out for one of the statues. Death Mask statues. On the left is one of the statues with the angel masks. The right is concept art for the iron insignia key. Same insignia on a door. Interesting. Seems like they're killing a man. Is that supposed to be Lady Dimitrescu teaching her daughters to do it? Definitely seems like that's the vibe it's supposed to give off. Or Mother Miranda. Hall of Ablution. The room where the four statues, the lady, the lord, the servant, and the farmers stand. The lord bleeds the villagers dry of their crops, which he passes to the servant, who presents the final product to her lady. Alright, that's gonna make speed running a whole lot easier. Yikes. This scene ended up being the phone call between Dimitrescu and Miranda. The look in that mirror is going to haunt me tonight. Once again, Etsy artists, please get on this. I will buy one of the replicas of these. We came up with a number of designs for keys with a balance of Dimitrescu's crest within a feminine design. The final version was selected for its unique silhouette. Some of the other designs aren't that bad. Seems like they finally settled on design free for what they wanted to use. Design 1, it seems like a mix of Design 1 and Design 3. I actually kind of like Design 1, but Design 3 is more visually appealing. Much softer and more striking. The others are a little more overly decorated. Dimitrescu's door. This door was designed to match the pattern on Dimitrescu's key. The door with the clearest crest and most attractive door frame was selected as the final design. Yeah, that fits in more with the white aesthetic for the yeah, I like that. Ooh. Dimitrescu uses her long, sharp, claw-like nails to create havoc in the dungeons. Oh, and she's lifting her dress up as she walks through the broken bars. What a G. Hold up. Castle rooftop. Concept art for fighting flying enemies on the rooftop of the castle. Do you mean to tell me we could have used a sword at one point? The final tower of the castle, where Ethan fights Dimitrescu. This area was initially going to be used as a storeroom for period weaponry. Assassin's Dagger. The knife used against Dimitrescu, which causes her to transform into a giant creature. Ooh, a lot of these designs are really cool and stuff I'm totally borrowing for future Dungeons and Dragons campaigns. Especially that one. Or 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 that one. The story behind this dagger is that it was once used by a man long ago to try and kill Dimitrescu. She sealed it away in the tower with his corpse because it was still a threat to her. The blade with the most unique shape with flowers was chosen from a final design. I really like that, actually. These are a bit too combat knifey and modern for my tastes. The entire area around House Beneviento. The entire area around House Beneviento, where Donna and her dolls live, is covered in a thick fog. We were initially thinking of a scene where Ethan is chased by enemies across this rope bridge, spanning the valley back to the village. I'm glad they didn't go with that. Oh, shit. Now, making the... Almost there, everyone. Making the enemies, making it like a almost perfectly isolated area, heightened the tension so much. Concept art for the garden leading up to the House Beneviento. A large flower bed with a giant gravestone in the center. Donna surrounded it with smaller graves and her dolls nestled between them. And the yellow flowers. Lots of the yellow flowers, which cause hallucinations. Donna uses the yellow flowers to make people hallucinate and see visions. Wow. House Beneviento. The look and layout of the house hasn't changed much since this concept art was created during early development. We took a lot of care into creating a high-quality scene. During early development, however, this was going to be a doctor's house and not a dollhouse. Donna was going to be the village's doctor, and Angie the doll never existed. We also considered giving Donna an incredibly dark past and have her family throw themselves off the waterfall. Yeah. The room in Beneviento's basement where the doll of Mia was being made. The overall impression of the room hasn't changed, but Angie's design sure did. This doll of Mia was always intended to be a puzzle similar to a a puzzle similar to a West Taiwanese puzzle box. As this was initially going to be a doctor's house, the doll was originally going to be a corpse that looked like Mia. Oh, that would have been grim as fuck. Concept art for a scene where Ethan runs into Moreau searching for corpses for his experiments. Looks like the village could have been was originally going to be expanded a bit more. But I'm glad they kept it so that it was more of a run from Moreau section. That way we got to see a lot more of like what made him dangerous. How Ethan would get from the windmill into the underground was decided very early on. We wanted this to be a repugnant location, so we gave the view and layout of the area a very disgusting atmosphere to match Moreau. Oh my god. Concept art where Ethan meets Moreau. You can see Heisenberg's factory far in the distance. The initial thought was that this would be a European fishing village, but this proved too difficult, so we decided to go with a generic flooded village instead. I can see how difficult that would be to make it work. A village within a village. And making it more small scaled probably helped. The crank used to turn the windmills is decorated with the legendary sea creature, the Kraken. I never noticed that, but works perfectly for this game. The sluice gate. We had the idea of water draining from a giant sluice gate, which meant we needed to design a flooded and unflooded area to go with it. The plan during early development was that Ethan would need to cross the sluice gate to reach the factory after collecting all the crests. They got turned into something that was needed to kill Moreau. Concept art for the scene where Ethan meets the hag. This is also where he gets the winged key. Definitely got cleaned up a bit more. Statues of 4 kings with a chalice in the center. These founders of the village once protected the chalice. The giant... Oh my god, look at that. That is gorgeous. Some Shadow of the Colossus shit. The giant's chalice was placed on the dais. The design for the winged key is closely connected to the village crest. Yeah, I could figure that out immediately. To the right is the route to Beneviento's house, and through the gate is the path to the ruins with the 4 king statues. I am totally using some of this for, D&D. Crossroads. A crossroad with a circular dais in the center signals the game opening up. BSAA. Who? Doggy. That's the shotgun Chris uses in RE7. We had this design left over from Resident Evil 7, with only a minor change to the emblem's logo. The hydration pack equipped on the back gives them a unique design. BSAA are now a rotten and ruined organization who are using soldiers created with new technology. Bioweapons to fight bioweapons. He who fights monsters. And this in particular is what makes me think we're going to be seeing the DLC take place like immediately after the game with whatever happens at the BSAA HQ. It very much looks like very similar to like the Mr. X from the RE2 remake. And I think it's been confirmed that that's what it is, but that's crazy. This was once a sawmill that the villagers used, but now it's overrun with lichens who have turned it into their lair. A mixture of like what the butcher's house... I think this is the butcher area. Oh, it started out as a sawmill, or it still is a sawmill, but now it's used as the butcher's. I recognize some of the designs. Ooh. Concept art for the Lycan's lair. Lycans have different intelligence and power compared to zombies, Ganados, and Magini. We wanted to create a setting that reflected this. deep in Velikan's lair. Even early on, we wanted to fight in a tall, open space. Definitely one of the more intense sections of the game. I approve. Concept art for a bridge to Heisenberg's factory. It was initially going to be just to the side of the path leading to the altar ruins. Sturm chasing Ethan down a narrow corridor, destroying everything in his way. The concept art for Heisenberg kicking Ethan down into the hole in the giant cavern under the factory. Oh, Rose. You've even got like a little baby Rose right there, I think. That's Rose. So, Rose wasn't originally going to be cut up. She was going to be like a ever-present character there. That's interesting. A casting machine which uses molds to create objects made out of cast iron. This concept for a puzzle was around since early development as a way to create a key. This room was once only used for casting iron, but Heisenberg ended up utilizing it for his twisted experiments. This room links to the hidden engine room. An engine room powered by giant pistons that hurt when they hit you. A fight inside the grinder shaft. There's a joke I can make there. I'm not going to do it. These were early designs from Soldat Jet. We originally imagined a space where they could freely fly about. We went with a design that had a powerful looking horse, just like the one on Heisenberg's crest for the key. Star of the Battle of Heisenberg. Concept art for the flow of events leading up to the battle with Heisenberg. We pictured Ethan falling into the pit around dusk, and returning from it to a dark, stormy night sky. The general layout of events didn't change much from early development. Concept art for the boss fight with Heisenberg. Even early on in development, this battle was going to commence with self-propelled artillery. The only difference is that in the final version, Heisenberg is not defeated using falling transmission towers. We figured that Heisenberg's yard would be full of scrap and vehicles, which he used during the fight. Oh my god, look at that shit. A piece of concept featuring Chris Redfield. It was intended to depict a freeway battle between Chris, the BSAA, and the Lycans. You see, this idea of fighting against BSAA here makes me think that we are going to be fighting against BSAA in some capacity in one of the DLCs. I very much think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to get kind of a Chris versus BSAA DLC. And we might get something further exploring Rose possibly, or maybe some of the other characters or villains from the game. I definitely think with the amount of concept art and detail and this idea of BSAA seemingly being more present, I definitely think that, you know, we're going to be seeing like a fight against BSAA section in some way. Maybe not full-on COD, but, you know. Village consumed by mold. Mold slowly consumed the village under a blood-red moon as the ceremony reaches its climax. As Miranda starts her ceremony, plant-looking tendrils of mold begin to overrun the Lycans, and the village is thrown into chaos. Yeesh. Chris finding the giant megamycete in some ruins. It's a giant clump of parasites, which have grouped together into a disturbing shape. It is revealed that everything started here, with this being the center of the mold network. It has been spreading its roots for hundreds of years before Miranda found it and used its power to make herself a powerful leader. When Chris escapes the ruins, he finds Miranda's laboratory, where the real Mia is also being held. Ceremony site. The concept behind this piece was Ethan's last stand. Here, Miranda, transformed into the hag, would use Rose in the ceremony. The mold tendrils have grown over the 4 king statues and look almost like wings, and the framing there, with the blood moon and all that, looks fantastic. Concept art for Ethan's fight with Miranda on a mold-covered ceremony site. We wanted to think about how the enemies in Village would look from a first-person perspective. Key visualizations like these were essential for picturing the gameplay. Ethan fights Miranda in her spider form. Ethan fights Miranda in her flying form. These really do help the visualization, don't they? Concept art for Ethan's finale, where he and Chris escape the village. However, Miranda, now absorbed into the giant parasite, goes berserk to stop Rose from escaping. She looks like the village symbol, with the parasite and feathers. Epilogue 1. Christ. Rose is grown up and reading the picture book her parents used to read to her when she was young. She has a bouquet of flowers for Ethan's grave. Chris gave her Ethan's jacket and ring. She goes to Ethan's grave after watching a mother and child on the bus. As she talks to her dad at his grave, she spots a man who looks like a security guard. From left to... So this was planned out for a while. Well done, Capcom. Weapon Designs 1. From left to right, the handguns Lemmy, V61 Custom, and Pipe Bomb. The V61 Custom at the bottom is fully customized. The pistol at the top is the M1851 Wolfsbane with a wolf engraving which can fire 50 Magnum bullets. Under that is the M1897 shotgun with an engraving of an eagle. The GM79 grenade launcher is at the bottom, the stock engraved with a horse. Art collector! The F2 rifle is up top, and the SYG-12 is under it. Both are fully equipped with their customizations. The sniper rifle is a French bolt-action rifle. The M1911 is on the left, and the fully customized version is on the right. Someone had fun drawing these. Heisenberg's homemade weapon, a self-propelled artillery equipped with a recoilless gun. It also has a large engine with a supercharger. We ended up making the treads much larger in-game than what we had originally intended. And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all the concept art that is available available here. But we're not done yet, as there's still more to check. Art collector. Not liking this. Hold on, let's see here. Almost there. Wow. I've unlocked a whole lot of these, haven't I? Oh, I'm so close to getting that one. How the hell am I gonna do that? But... wow. Oh my god, I might have a bit of a problem. But we're not done yet, as there's still the Tragedy of Ethan Winters concept art, which includes both 7 and 8, and the figures. But for now, let's have a look at the figures, and then we'll finish off with that. The man, the myth, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. No matter how you look at him. Oh, and he's carrying the Village of Shadows book. That's so cool. Like, no matter how you look at him, his face is still obscured. Capcom. Ethan. Mia and her baby. You know, Mia gets a lot of hate for like being the cause of supposedly being the cause of RE7 and everything, but I think she's just a woman who's doing her best in a bad situation. And just doing what she thought was best and getting caught in bad situations as a result. I mean, everyone does that. And here's the baby. There's apparently a mod out there that replaces the baby's head with Chris Redfield's, and Chris Redfield's face a head with the baby's, and it's wonderfully cursed. Redfield. You can just, looking at him, you can just see all the weight weighing on him from everything since that night in the Arklay Mountains. The Duke. The best bro in Resident Evil since Piers and the Merchant. Best character, by far. The Hag. The fact that she has skulls mounted on her staff should have been a red light warning immediately. Oh, you can zoom all the way in on this. One of the goat talisman wardings things that we see. Oh, the skulls have engravings on them. Oh, that's fascinating. And it's made from like, oh, and there's the jaw. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All this detail put into a character who's in the game for all of maybe 10 minutes? Less than 10 minutes? Like him. Yeesh. Large lichen. Oh, and the mask is like a wolf's. I never noticed that. That is such a pleasant detail. No, it's not like... It's like a wolf's, but it's also... It's very similar to a deer antlers. It's a very, like, tribal-esque society, interestingly enough. Varkalur! Look at this thing. It's the teeth. It's the teeth that get it for me, and how just wide the mouth opens. It should not do that. But, like... Moreau's experiments gone horribly wrong. Or the aftermath of becoming a lichen. Like, just look at that. It's the face. It's this right here. Yellowed molars and shredded skin, making it look like it's grinning almost. Horribly misshapen. It's like it's stretched. It's like the skin. Look at that. It's like the skin stretched. That's exactly what happened. Look at it. You can even see the bone. The skin itself stretched as the mouth elongated, and the bone, it stretched and cracked and snapped to form this new shape. Like, the teeth aren't even sharpened or anything, they're just broken. They're incisors and... Oh, I hate it. Urias. Bringing down the hammer of law. Lady D. Her skin almost has like a porcelain. Look at that. Her skin has, like, you can even see just the scratches. That's amazing detail. Amazing detail. But it's like, it gives this aura of like a porcelain doll, almost, with the skin. I am looking respectfully. I am looking but it's it is interesting how much detail they put in, though. Yes, indeed. Bella Dimitrescu. That is something I noticed quite a bit, is how their sashes, like, flowed so much behind them no matter what. But, you know, knowing that they're made of flies. Shouldn't be that surprising. And I was wrong, the cloaks are incredibly well designed. And incredibly... and for the longest time I thought the decorations of like those knives and the necklaces are a lot like the one you can put together and sell to the Duke, which is Lady Dimitrescu's. And oh, that's her bra. Yes. Yes, it is. But it is interesting. It's very ethereal how the... God, how much rendering power does that require? And it is interesting because it seems like every daughter has one of these, including Lady Dimitrescu. Very interesting. And there's the flower that was tattooed on their heads. I am looking respectfully. Cassandra Dimitrescu. Yep, same, I'll stop. Same necklace and everything. Daniela Dimitrescu. Same necklace and everything. It's very interesting. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me... Yep. You know, they give this aura of, like, picturesque beauty, but, you know, they're covered in blood. But Moraleika... Oh, wait, yeah. You can't pay attention, you don't notice it, but they are indeed female. Especially from this angle, you can in fact see that, but whether those are breasts or the rib cage starting to poke through the skin, your guess is as good as mine. And there's this extreme, like, there's this extreme kind of like contrast that I'm almost certain was intended. That these hideous, deformed creatures are who look like they crawled out of a gutter. May as well have crawled out of a gutter. Oh god. Like, it looks like maggots are infesting them. But they look like they've crawled out of a gutter. And yet here they are, wielding these incredibly elegant weapons, like a sword or a halberd or an axe, that are incredibly beautifully designed, like the engravings and everything. And it creates this strange contrast of them wielding these beautiful weapons while looking like this. And that's just the contrasts that show up so frequently in this game. I have to applaud. Samka, my god, I never noticed that. Oh my god, wait. Wait. The wings aren't wings. They're the arms. Mutated and stretched to the point of... Oh, Jesus. Like to the point that their internal organs are stretched out with them. Oh my god. Look, it's their arms. Their arms, like, I never noticed it before, but look. Look at the way the arms stretched out like that. You can see the bone. But look, there's the thumb, index finger, middle finger stretched out into this. Ring finger stretched out into that. Pinky finger there, and they stretched out at that point, and it looks like the ulna bone, I think that's what it's called, has snapped off to the side completely as well, or it's been relocated entirely, and because of that it stretched out the skin and muscle entirely into this. With the muscle and everything far beyond what should be possible. It looks like organs are exposed as well, or even if the organs are still there. But you can see it here too. It's like the bone snaps off to the side at the elbow, especially here, to extend it so that it has support for flying. Oh, that is horrendous. I thought they were just like wings that sprout from their backs, but no, that's even worse. Oh my god. They're not even perfect wings. Oh my god. It's wiggling. It's wiggling. Oh, it's all wiggling. It's all wiggly. Oh, it's pulsing. I not like this. I know like. Oh, Jesus. It's... With the lighting and everything, you can't tell that it's like pure white. Pure white above, red and black and corrupted below. Oh. Donna and Angie. And if you look right here, you can see what I was talking about with the face hinging like it is. It hinges at the top there and the forehead, and as you can see here, it shows that, in like the concept art pointed out, that it mirrors the Beneviento crest with the sun and moon. It also, and I'm sure this was entirely unintended, that the screw holding it like that also kind of gives the illusion of her having like a third eye there. Especially if viewed from a distance, it looks kind of like an eye, which I'm pretty sure was intentional. Meanwhile, Donna hides her beautiful self entirely beneath there. Unless you look at the angle, you can even see the parasite growing slightly from the angle. That's a great attention to detail. It's the baby. It's the baby. It's the baby. It's the baby. Oh no, you can see it like... Oh, that's its brain. You can see like all its organs and muscles and everything like pulsing beneath the skin. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Like, look at that. You can see, like, the blood vessels and muscle and everything contracting. Oh, you've got a face a mother could love. Oh god, its eye. It won't stop looking at me. Moreau, the morose fishman. Ugh. Moreau B. Oh, it wobbles. It wobbles. Jesus. Oh my. He's got a tattoo on his arm that says mother and a anchor tattoo too. Bruh. That says mother. You really are a mama's boy, aren't you? And the way it dangles off like this, it really does look like a fishtail. And oh, I thought it was just like consumed, but his head was just like overgrown. But no, it's literally like that's his brain. His brain overgrew, like burst out the back of his head and completely just like grew along his back. Like, look at that. The skin's just ripping. Like, you can see it really right there. Like, this dude's basically been completely hollowed out by his own brain. His own brain and like organs have kind of been shunted to the side. Are those his intestines? Everything's just kind of been shunted to the side by the parasite. And then there's this thing. Oh, the eyes are moving. And now he finally looks normal. Ish. Let's count all the eyes. Oh, and the teeth! It's like... Oh, that's just literally like the entire brain is just finally burst free and grown to what it should be. Like, you can even see like his arms are still vestigial. Like... Oh, there's... Oh, that's fascinating. So much detail put into this. The man, the myth, the legend, you may bow. Oh, they're called haulers. These things seem to have been created very similarly to the Morlaika, but not as invasively, it seems. Ugh. Soldat Eins. I think that literally translates to like 2. Oh, I can get a much better look at these things now. Like, okay, the bottom half seems perfectly normal, but once the skin starts getting exposed, you get a better view of things. And like, just judging from that, it looks like tissue rejection is always ready sitting in. But the skull, especially at the back, that's Dr. Frankenstein very, very much. Skull's been broken multiple times to like configure it to be able to function. and it functions for better or worse. Soldat Zwei, I think, means, is that 2? 1, Eins is 1, Zwei is 2. Looks completely maddened by his circumstances. 2 drills are better than 1. Gotta admit, this is pretty fantastic. He's got like a 6-pack almost, but I think that might just be from his nearly bursting stomach. Very similar design. The reactor was placed on the back this time, but very interesting. Soldat Jet, you can see his whole body is practically encased in metal. Even the reactor is armored to some degree. Everything about this is so rudimentary. I spent hours looking at these things. The Soldat Panzer, literally soldier tank, and boy does it look it. This one, wow, like it's a regular drill, but with like a chainsaw engine latched onto it, and 2 extra drills just wired to it. Like you can't even see the reactor. You have to blow it away to get access. And then there's Sturm. It looks less like the engine was built onto his head, and more like the engine was jammed there, judging by how the skin is being pushed down. He lopped off both his arms. It looks like Heisenberg might have stitched them up a slight bit, but lopped off both arms. Chainsaw for blades, and just a giant fuck pile of scrap and debris on the engine. Mutated Heisenberg. Big Michael Bay Transformers energy, just giant piles of needle metal. And you can kind of see bits and pieces of flesh on the inside. Yeah, you can see flesh here and there coming from within, and like the central core of it is just like his giant exploded body, and it grows more and more metal the further out it goes. And literally you can see I've always wanted to get a better look at the face. And as you can see, like one eye's been completely replaced by like a gasket, but the eye is still there. The face has grown out with the metal, and it seems like the jaw's been broken out entirely by machinery. That's horrific, and he still seems to be able to function. And I wouldn't be surprised if he had succeeded in killing Ethan and killing Miranda, and amusingly enough, it still looks like he's wearing a hat almost, but amusingly enough, I imagine if he had been able to succeed in killing Ethan, he would have had no problems in, like, changing back. Good thing he didn't. Chris Redfield, about to go into a raid and escape from Tarkov. Look at those boulder punching arms. Umber eyes. Hound Wolf. properly kitted out. IR laser on the top helps with sniping. Someone did their homework. Zip ties on the back, I think, or chem lights. K9. Oh, he's got glasses. Similar gear setup to Chris, but interestingly enough, it seems like their gear is set up in a way to that complements their professions. Night Howl. Got Radio Man. I think he's the one who took us down outside of Moreau's. Seems like it. Yeah. Oh, that's a tricked out pistol. Lobo. My man with the machine gun. Extra mags for the others, it seems. Heavy duty machinery and explosives. Tundra. She's running no helmet, just a kind of skull cap for mounting attachments on. Little winky face on there. They're super kitted out for everything. Oh, she's got, I think it's like a throwing knife or something, grenades, and a big marking laser on the side. Big tech. BSAA soldier. Gonna fuck your shit up. Just looking at this from the way they're walking and everything, something seems off. Way, in comparison to the others, way overloaded with no backpack, way overloaded with gear. Like, you'd be walking like a tank with this much gear strapped to you. That alone says something. And of course, since we know that they're bioweapons, that explains it. The Megamycete. Such a pretty, horrid thing. Oh, it's awful. Australia, elder brother. One with the Megamycete. Miranda. This is what I'm talking about. It clearly Raven Queen and Crow Mother aspects, and the stole has the symbols of Heisenberg, Moreau, Donna and Angie, and House Dimitrescu, and the mask gives off a vibe of a crow beak, but I never noticed the eye before. But the wings in particular, of course, bring to mind crows, but and of course the symbol of the key, but it also brings to mind ancient and older depictions of angels in the Bible. Mutated Miranda. Let's see. Single eye mounting out of it. The mold has overgrown her entire face. They were right. She's undergone like complete aging. She's like looking at this to this. The difference is striking. She looks over 100 years old. The bones are shattered and expanding outward to make for the fingers more claw-like. The wings have eroded and decayed into these, whatever these are, that can easily turn into the spider and the wings. And like they said in the concept art, the the symbol is being overgrown by like plates almost. There's something, it looks hideous, but there's something, especially with the way she moves, there's something hauntingly graceful and beautiful almost about how she moves and when you're fighting her. And the wings, these are in almost constant motion, so getting you to be able to look at them like this is interesting, because they're just giant billowing clouds when you're fighting her. The spider form, aka the cause of like most of my deaths against her. The wings lose their feathers. They grow more pointed. She's like a tree that's been She's like a tree that's been uprooted from the ground. Berserk. One last FU for the road. This is what's leaping out towards Ethan when he presses the detonator. And here's Rose, all grown up. I just realized that the way that this is a perfect bookend for her, because she's holding the Village of Shadows thing just like her dad's figurine is. Same little figure there as well. This alludes to like the Village of Shadows story, I believe. Her father's coat, baseball cap, Ethan's ring as well. I'm very interested to see how her relationship with her mother is. Whether it's healthy or strained. It does leave me curious. It even got wear and tear on like her thumbs and everything. That's amazing detail. But let's see. Even as pleasant as she looks, if you just look at her eyes, just feels like something else is under there. But I really hope we get to see more of Rose in the future. I'd very much like to see more of the Winters family. But Lemmy, my old reliable, fully customized and fully capable of carrying me through the game in 1911. And you are a good one as well. The V61. Basically a mini carbine at this point. The M1897. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous gun. Fully customized. Oof. 870 TAC. Good crowd control. Fully upgraded. SVG-12, single target destruction. SYG. That looks stupid as fuck. F2 rifle. F2 rifle fully customized. Fiat Volantis Loa. Wolfsbane. Fully customized. Oh, they even got the rifling in the barrel. They got the rifling in the barrel. The barrels are fully... The barrels are fully designed? That's amazing. The rifling. Wow. I'm still working towards this sucker. I'm getting there. Stake. Stake fully customized. GM79. Workhorse weapon. WCX. Karambit knife. You helped me out quite a bit. USMAI. Chris's gun. Hound Wolf logo on the side. Very nice. Oh, and it's even got a little Hound Wolf engraving on the slide. That's really neat. Dragoon. Again, been killed by this thing a bunch of times in Escape from Tarkov. Duct tape on the side keeps, I think that keeps the sights always on. Rubber band on the side holds the stock in place and helps there for... Very nice, very nice. They did their homework. Hand cannon PZ, you helped my ass through Village of Shadows. Rocket pistol. Gyrojet. Not very good. Four's hammer. AW Model 02. Leftover from RE7, I believe. MA51 GQ Custom. Humble Squad only. Very nice. They even fully modeled the pistols that are just in the holsters. That's amazing. GL7 model BTG 17 custom. Oh look, what's that say? Volk tactical gear. Oh my god, that's amazing attention to detail. Oh, and look at the trigger. The trigger, that's like a special trigger. I think that's like a double safety trigger. You have to depress that first trigger in order to pull the full trigger. I think that's what it is. SA-110 sniper rifle. This is what Hound Wolf Squad. Fully customized. Probably seen a few raids on Tarkov. PT machine gun, aka PKM. 7.62 by 54mm Russian machine gun in use since the 1980s. Kicks ass. It does what it does best. Heisenberg's self-propelled artillery. Can't wait to see this get out of the Warhammer. Oh, it really is. It's not a rocket launcher, it's a recoilless gun. Two Browning. It looks like a amalgamation of a bulldozer and... It's a bulldozer with a motorcycle chassis of sort. With missiles for the rocket on the inside. And a giant fuck-off engine as well. Very interesting. And that's figures. My voice is starting to go. But we've got one last thing to go through before I consider it end times for now. The Tragedy of Ethan Winters. Buckle up, Buttercup. I'm actually gonna get more. Actually gonna get a drink. BRB. I cannot believe I have spent nearly 3 hours doing nothing but looking at concept art and figures and talking into the void. This is my life. But the tragedy of Ethan Winter's concept art. This, as a matter of fact, is concept art that is exclusive to like the special edition of the game. So, god damn, this is different. Resident Evil 7's character designs included some character models that were different or didn't even appear in the final version of the game, such as the dog. Chris was originally going to be early middle-aged. Yeah, some of these characters didn't show up at all. Peter, Manuel, Andre, Mia, Ethan, Alan Douglas, Dave Anderson, Dog, Jack, Meg, Kevin, Annabelle, Marguerite, Chris Redfield, Molded, Evelyn. Well, the Molded certainly look different. Yeah, a lot. Clearly, that's supposed to be like Peter, Andre, Clancy, Mia, Ethan. I don't know who Alan Douglas is. I think that's an axed character. Dave Anderson is, of course, a police officer. Dog didn't make it. Jack looks Jack doesn't seem to have changed too much from his first iteration. Meg is supposed to be Marguerite. Kevin is Lucas. Annabelle is supposed to be Zoe, and she didn't change that much from her first iteration either. Marguerite's is the old lady. Chris definitely changed a whole lot. Molded, wow, they changed the most. And Evelyn, Initial rough drafts of Ethan and Mia when they were not going to be married, but strangers. Ethan was an investigator and Mia was a missing person. Oh, that could have been interesting as well. FedEx. Family photo of the Bakers. When this picture was planned, the old woman and young girl were separate characters. Christ alive, what would the dog have turned into? Initial rough drafts of the Baker family included a wide range of bizarre characters. Servant, father, son, dog, daughter, mother, grandma, question mark, question mark, question mark. Holy shit. That one at the beginning, that one in the middle. Wow. Almost hardly any of these things made it into the game. Lovers seem to have had a similar design, but yeah, these are early rough drafts. They included a violent father, mother made of bugs, trapped brother. Mia was practically an invisible sister, twin younger brothers, and a crazy grandma. Another rough draft of the Bakers is each member associated with a particular color. Jack was yellow, Marguerite was purple, Lucas was blue, and Zoe was red. Ugh, Lucas has like a grub in the back of his skull. Rough draft of Evelyn, Chris, and Dave. The young boy in the middle was originally the youngest Baker, Remy, but he was cut. Evelyn ended up taking his place. Yeah, whoa! Jack's glasses were his key focal point for his character during early development. The image on the right is of his chainsaw fight. Wow. The left shows an early design for a mutated Jack, where he would look more like himself. But this was later changed so the player could easily identify his weak points. The picture on the right is a design for Mia's colleague, Alan. Alan is the partner we see in a couple of the photographs in RE8, but who we also see as heavily injured during a flashback section as Mia in Resident Evil 7. One idea from Marguerite's mutated form. We originally thought up a design similar to earlier Resident Evil games with lots of body parts coming out of her, but we ended up going for a new and refreshing design. Much appreciated. Design for Evelyn's final form, enlarged by mold. When we were designing her, we had to show each department how every part of her fit together with the head in the center. Tentacle inside the body. Ethan, head and mouth, arm. Fascinating. These are rough drafts of Evelyn's final form. Her old woman form transforms into a giant monster that absorbed her body. And if you've seen the Resident Evil 7 playthrough, you'd recognize that. Very early on, this is fascinating. The main antagonists were the Baker family. So the designs of the general monsters, the molded, were some of the hardest ones. They needed to stand out without taking attention away from the Bakers. The Bakers look realistically human thanks to a technique using scanned photographs, so we wanted the molded to not outshine them. Unfortunately, I think that worked too well, as one of the big complaints about Resident Evil 7 was the lack of enemy variety, but if you played the DLC, you saw that they went about addressing that in a way. I hated these bastards. Design for the four-legged molded. The name molded comes from mold and transformed. Molded, transformed. Yeah. I always figured it was like they molded over. Ugh, I hate those things. Very early designs seem to take a lot of inspiration from the Lickers. We wanted the enemy names in Resident Evil 7 to be ones that the Baker family might have come up with themselves. Design for the fat molded. In the bottom right, you can see how the molded are made. Victims are kept in cages, covered with mold, then left for 2 or 3 days to turn. Oh, is that what the bathtub in the room where we get like the key? Is that what that was? Oh, that's horrible. Jesus. The moment the molded are born. Oh, that's horrifying. Rough draft for a type of white molded that was axed. This was going to be a female variety that had tentacles resembling hair. Underneath the hair was a mouth-like appendage that extends out and attacks. There were also early development plans to have an antibody gun that would have been effective against the molded. It's interesting how that made it back into the game in the form of like the, not white molded, I think, but like the hardier molded that could only be taken out with the rail rounds or stick rounds, which were a type of ammunition that was designed for use against molded. Excuse me. It's very interesting looking at this and seeing sometimes how cut concepts or cut enemies or cut ideas from the original game are reworked and added back into future installments or as DLC. And from what I've seen, they did that quite a bit with Resident Evil 7, which is why I'm betting we're going to be seeing like BSAA enemies in one of the DLCs to some capacity. I'm fairly sure of it, but moving on. Designs from Marguerite's Creepy Crawlies. From the top, there are adult and young man-eating insects, as well as man-eating spiders that live in doorways. They were made pallid in order to appear less repulsive. Insects found in some real abandoned buildings in Louisiana were used as reference. Art from early development of Resident Evil 7. This was the moment we decided the setting, and from there the whole game was based in the American South. The main dining room inside the house. There weren't plans for a main house and guest house at this point. This was drawn when we were coming up with ideas for the guest house and trying to work out the size and layout of the house. Oh, all the butterflies. An underground area where the family kept a terrifying monster that needed a large feeding hatch. Seems like that got axed. Early concept art of the guest house. The size is close to the final version, but the light coming in made it less scary. The final version was a lot darker. And it seems like the attic was blocked off in this concept. Concept art for the guest house living room. This became the room where the VCR was found in the release version of the game. This layout became too difficult to understand and navigate in-game, so it got a complete overhaul. Concept art for the second floor of the guest house. This was changed to the third floor with a hidden staircase added. Concept art showing Andre's corpse in the guest house basement. One initial idea was to have the player take the flashlight from Andre's body. I much more liked the idea of just Ethan bringing his flashlight with him. Always have a flashlight with you, folks, even if it's just a little pen light. You never know when you'll need one. Oh my god, that actually made me jump. Concept art that is straight out of The Ring. Concept art for the scene in the guest house where Mia crawls up the stairs towards Ethan. Sadako would like to know your location. The final design of the main house was based on on-site research in Louisiana. The outside of the Baker's home is based on plantation houses that date back to the American Civil War and the era of slavery in the United States. Because despite what some people might not want you to think, the American Civil War was about slavery. I will not be accepting comments at this time. Oh, I like that. A rough design of the main house. Initial plans had a windmill in the front yard, but later research revealed there are no windmills in Louisiana. The house was also surrounded by open land and not the bayou, which didn't make it feel like a horror game at all. Interesting. The talisman design for Resident Evil 7. Made by Jack out of a cow head and legs, we based it on images of mold, bacteria, and cells. Early development art for the main house. The final version did not have you enter through the front door. The layout for the second floor was also completely different. The dining room of the main house had a completely different feel from the final version. The room and the lighting atmosphere changed after on-site research. One of the biggest differences was the main table. It used to be square, but we found a round table in a Louisiana home, which better suited the family coming together. The garage in the main house that you... hold on. Yeah. The garage in the main house that you fight Jack in. Initial plans had the garage and boiler together in a single room. Ooh, pretty. The sunlit entrance hall in the main house. This is very different from the final version with the grandfather clock in the center and curved stairs. Until the final version, early concept art included a large open yard. The large open yard seemed to have been reincorporated into Lady Dimitrescu's castle in a way. Ow. Excuse me. This concept art for the entrance hall is much closer to the final version. The room is full of furniture and several taxidermied animals, giving it a lived-in feel. Yeah, it really does feel lived in. Concept art for one of the shadow puzzles of the main house. These rooms needed to be used for fights and puzzles, so we tried to make them as disconcerting as possible. Shadow puzzle in the old house. shadow puzzle in Lucas's room. The crow key, scorpion key, and snake key in their doors. On the right is the design for the three-headed dog relief. Lovely. Oh, so very lovely. Concept art for the yard. There were always plans to have a trailer in the center of the yard, trapped by the house around it. Early on during development, Zoe's room was not going to be the trailer, but a room in the main house which Ethan saves her from. If you had told me that this concept art was from Life is Strange, I would have believed you. This room was going to have a sort of Louisiana folklore theme to it. The old house was once situated on solid ground, but was flooded by a hurricane, which is why it was separated from the main house and barricaded up. Louisiana is a region that is often hit by major hurricanes, and we wanted to show that the Baker family were impacted by them too. You can see dolls in this concept art for the old house. We left objects associated with children all over the house because that was where Evelyn's room is. Nice to see that dolls make a comeback in RE Village. A web-covered room inside the old house. I'm glad the web-covered room did not see the light of day. This concept art for the old house shows an image of a room with a severely damaged floor. Beyond that, you can see the staircase that leads up to the child's room. Marguerite walks down the corridor with a candle to receive mold from Evelyn. The destruction in the room was caused by a hurricane. It's interesting, the concept of this seems to have carried over into parts of the first part of Marguerite's section. Very similar design. The jetty behind the old house that leads to the bayou. The crow key is kept away from the house, in a remote location so no one can get to it. Concept for an overgrown greenhouse, where Marguerite used to grow her plants. It was once a beautiful greenhouse, but turned to ruin when Evelyn arrived. This is the location for the boss fight with Marguerite. That was a fun boss fight. Oh, Jesus. Concept art for a mutated Marguerite. Her arms and legs are warped in a terrifying way as she relentlessly pursues Ethan. Still not as grotesque as the final version, amazingly enough. The child's room in the old house that Evelyn lives in. It's full of toys for girls, like a dollhouse and dolls. This design of the room made it into the final product fairly intact. You pass through it. It's a lot more mold covered, however. These dolls are unlike the ones in the entrance to the old house, and are based on the molded. Evelyn grows her family ever larger with the mold. Eesh. That's fucking scary. A temporary design for the room behind the child's room, where a life-size doll is seated instead of Evelyn. The final design for the room, behind the child's room, where you can find the body of the D series. The ceiling was made to be low, to give it a claustrophobic feeling. I hate this so much just looking at it. Concept art for Lucas's section of the game. When you enter the room, there are black lights, which make it feel almost like a nightclub. This was to give players a new, different sense of fear from the rest of the family. Blue and white were the key colors for Lucas. I noticed that quite a bit with him. Black and purple and blue and white, very present throughout. Let's Play, written on the entrance to Lucas's section of the game. Continue into Lucas's area, and it expands into white rooms covered in plastic sheeting. Halfway through development, we decided to make tripwire bombs Lucas's main weapon of choice. We wanted to make the design for Lucas's area different from a traditional haunted house. His avant-garde interests really stand out. It was difficult to get the right balance between crazy and comical. Concept art for when the four-legged molded first appear in Lucas's section. Well, that was a fucking lie. More concept art for Lucas's area. A strange puzzle in Lucas's section where various items are laid out, but the room's painted white. This created a very unique space in the game. This is the area of the Happy Birthday puzzle. You can see a number of strange puzzles scattered about Lucas's section in this piece. They're based on not just on Lucas's twisted interests, but on the concepts of family and life and death. Yo! Concept art for a cut boat fight when Mia and Ethan escape the house. The idea was that the fight with Jack would take place in the muddy waters. Concept art for the shipwreck. A destroyed tanker which Evelyn splits in two with her powers. Louisiana used to have a thriving gas industry with a large number of such tankers. Mia and her colleague Alan get passage on the tanker from Europe to the US, pretending to be Evelyn's parents. The aim of the shipwreck at the endgame was to give the player a renowned sense of fear, a change of pace from the excitement of the fights and puzzles in the Baker house. Concept art for Ethan being trapped in mold by Evelyn on a shipwreck. Concept art for the mine. Oh, I remember that. That's where I fell for that stupid trick with the crate. Concept art for the mine, just in front of Lucas's research lab. It's a salt mine, which is why the cave walls are white. Yup, from all the salt I released when I got blown out by that one crate. Oh, that's horrendous. Concept art for Evelyn creating Mutemacide. This whole incident with the Baker family was caused by a single girl wanting to create a network of mold across the world in order to have a family of her own. A concept design for Ethan from early on in the village's development. He had a backpack for his inventory instead of a suitcase. I guess that body at the corner is where he would have gotten it at first. Glad they use the attache case system. Concept art of Mia reading the picture book. In our early drafts, she was still recovering from the incidents during Resident Evil 7 and was in a wheelchair. That would have been an interesting thing to do, but I feel like people would have immediately tried to connect it to the old lady from Resident Evil 7. But it would have been a kind of sweet thing, I think. In a way. I don't know. Early plans had a mysterious masked person that saves Ethan. This was going to be Ada Wong investigating the village, but this was cut due to a number of conflicting scenarios. That would have been a fucking head tilt that I would be so down for, and I'm just saying, if we were to get a DLC with her, I'd be a bit intrigued, but I can also see why they would cut that, because then if that happened, people would immediately start decrying it as a Resident Evil 4 ripoff. Still, really cool design. A rough draft of an early design for Dimitrescu. Her concept was a bewitching vampire with giant garden clippers. Clock Tower, much? Clock Tower and Booba. Early development concept art for the Beneviento family, based around the idea of a ghost family. Ugh. Their house was always going to be a single building in front of a giant waterfall. The family were rake-thin parents and children wearing strange masks. They mentioned this during the concept art. There's also a picture of a wife who threw herself into the waterfall due to a tragic incident in the past. I'm glad they went with the version that we got. Much scarier. But I don't know. A rough draft of the monster Moreau. He was always going to be a disgusting merman, and although his design didn't change that much, the parasite on his back was originally going to be a girl he once had feelings for. Ugh. You can also see the flooded village setting. The flooded village setting and an early design of mutated Moreau, I suspect. And all the eyes. That's spooky. An early rough draft of the Wolfman. There was going to be a scene where the young men of the village drank from a chalice in turn, but this was eventually cut. An early draft of Heisenberg's family. The biggest difference was going to be that Heisenberg was going to be a twin, and his mother was a subject for brain experiments. Yeesh. I'm glad they just kept the one. I don't think the world could have handled two Heisenberg's worth of ego from them. And my god, the mother. I'm really intrigued to see if some of these concepts return in future games. Heisenberg's father was going to be the leader of the village. The boss fight with the mechanical mutation was originally going to be with him. Seems like they gave the family aspect over to Lady Dimitrescu. Early development rough draft of the leader of the village's religion. Before we came up with Miranda, he was going to transform into a dragon-like monster, but this idea was later used for Dimitrescu's boss fight. Early development concept art for Viduc, the merchant. From the very beginning of the final game, he was always going to be a large character. Viduc is a merchant and a foodie, and was going to be the 5th Lord in early drafts. This idea that he was going to be the 5th Lord in early drafts lends credence to some people who suspect that he was a former Lord who got disgraced or tossed aside and is now trying to plot out the ends of the other ones. But I personally just like to think that Viduc is a strange individual, but good at heart. Maybe. In Resident Evil 7, we utilized a photo scan. In Resident Evil 7, we utilized a photo scanning technique for the character designs, but in Village we decided to be more creative and tried character designs that didn't look like regular humans. I really appreciate it. It's very interesting. The merchant's carriage. Duke travels with his horse and carriage all over the village. It's his home, business, and means of transport. Oh, that his stairs double as like drawers. That's so cool. Oh, that's all so well thought out. That's amazing. I love that. The symbol of the merchant is a lantern decorated with goat bones. The idea was that you would know it was a safe location, even from a distance. We have a number of designs, but decided a round silhouette would be more impactful. Much easier to recognize as well. A rough design for the remains left by enemies when you defeat them. The overall balance needed to be achieved in the thumbnail image. The remains for Dimitrescu and Varkoloak are different from the final version, which has a more ornamental feel. Very much, yeah. You can look at these, you see these a lot easier in the final concept art, but it's always so interesting looking at these early designs. The typewriter for Village was designed to be distinguishable from previous games like Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3. The costumes and objects are based on 1960s designs, including the typewriter. Very interesting. Oh, wow. Even from early development, the same gameplay as Resident Evil 7 was used, which meant using item boxes. However, as development went on, we decided to change the game to be more like Resident Evil 4, and removed the item boxes. Very interesting. Design for the labyrinth based on Castle Dimitrescu. The labyrinths were designed after something you'd see at the end of the 19th century. and were originally going to be tributes to the Four Lords. In a way, they still are. The labyrinth on the left is Beneviento's and was based on Donna's area. The path passes through a graveyard and over a waterfall via suspension bridges. The labyrinth on the right is based on Moreau's reservoir, with the windmills in the center. There was also a design of the fishing village with boats when it wasn't flooded. I love the little details. Oh, I love concept art so much. Heisenberg's labyrinth is based on his factory. It uses train tracks between a house and the factory, moving into the coal mines. It is also the one that drove both me and Nicole Lee Tompkins absolutely batty because of how goddamn difficult it is. Early development concept art. Initial ideas have the story switching between the village in modern day and the past, set in medieval times. I wonder how that would have worked. I'm kinda glad they didn't go in that direction. Would have been a bit weird, I think. 2 early designs for altars in the church that display the castle gate reliefs. Macabre. An early design for an altar in the village that displays a castle gate relief. An early design for the safe rooms had a camera as the save point instead of a typewriter. That would have been interesting. Easy to miss though, I imagine. Storyboard for the Lycans' first appearance. We wanted them to have a wild and animalistic image, unlike the zombies and ganados of the previous games. Old man tries to stand up. Crash through the ceiling, lands on the old man. Growl, reach down, bite, pull the old man up, slam him down, grab him again, rip him in half, toss one part aside, toss the other part aside, go grab the gun, attack. I'm glad we didn't get to see the old man done in like that. That would have been awful. Storyboard for Ethan's trial with all the lords. At this point in development, it was still the Hag, followed by the Four Lords. The Hag, rather than Dimitrescu. And it looks like, instead of Lycans, it was some kind of cult followers. Ooh, burns the hand. Moreau looks like shit. Huh. An early plot point was to have Ada, disguising herself with a mask, help Ethan from his trial. The storyboard shows the end of the trial scene. Huh. You really thought this out. As well as Miranda's experiments. Miranda was initially going to be a researcher investigating the village's strange creatures. Some kind of, lichens. Very interesting. Some kind of, research log, it looks like. Very interesting. Concept art for an event that happened in the village before Ethan arrived. The surviving villagers had locked the gate because of the number of people killed by Vollycans, sealing it with the winged key. That would have been interesting. Castle Dimitrescu concept art. You can see Dimitrescu casually drinking blood as if it was wine. From a dangling corpse, of course. Concept art of the flying enemies of a courtyard of Castle Dimitrescu. Very interesting. Seeing those things perched on the statues and then launch off to attack would have been a nice little... It would have been intriguing. Early concept art of Castle Dimitrescu. This was cut from the final version, but this was where Ethan was going to fight Dimitrescu. Concept art for the gate leading up to the Lycan's lair. We came up with a few designs for the gate that leads to the stronghold. A, B, C, and D. Interesting. It's so interesting how such small things have like some non-consequential things have so much thought and effort put into them. Really makes me appreciate this game even more. Early concept art for the birth of Lycans. A victim is slowly encased in mold and then emerges transformed. I think they went away with that. Oh, that is such a Dante's Inferno-esque picture. Moreau concept art, where he watches old romance movies and falls into melancholy. He also loves eating cheese. I love how that carried over into the final game. Concept art for one of Donna's dolls. It has a hidden pair of scissors inside. Inside of it uses to attack Ethan. That still made it into the game in a way, with the evil dolls stabbing you if you take too long to find Angie. Concept art for one of Donna's dolls that turns into a spider-like monster. Yeah, these show up if you take too long to find Angie during the final segment in House Beneviento. If you take too long to find Angie, a couple of like a group of these things show up and attack you and like stab you through your hand and your arm. We had a number of ideas for Donna's dolls, including one with knives coming out of its back and a few wielding weapons in their hands. Cut design for a large Lycan who commands 2 chain Varkaloak. Oh, I love how even though it's in charge of these things, you can still see like lots of scratches and cuts on and bites on it. That's really cool. Various Lycan weapons, including a spiked hammer, torch, and sling. Various Lycan weapons, including a hunting knife and scabbard, sledgehammer, and more torches. A Lycan equipped with claw-like weapons, which are made from a variety of blades found throughout the village. Designs for armor used to protect the lower half of the body. Seriously? A baby bear? No shoot bear! No shoot bear coming, no shoot me! Come on. That one had to have been added as a joke. Oh crap. concept art for a temple close to Heisenberg's factory. This was initially going to be the spot where Miranda sat on her throne and conducted the ceremony. Miranda's throne. There was going to be a scene where Miranda sat here holding Rose during the ceremony. That would have been interesting to see. Concept art for Heisenberg's factory, where Ethan is chased by the Soldat series. If the reactors in their chests are destroyed, then the parasite inside will attempt to escape. Oof, that would have been really freaky. I would have hated that. Designs for various Soldat reactors, but the final design was a grotesque mechanical heart. A lot more visually noticeable and easier to aim towards as well. Concept art of a day in the life of Heisenberg. Night after night, his modified henchmen dig up corpses from the graveyard to be used in his metal army. Boss fight, with mutated Heisenberg where he turns into his final form. Ugh. You can still see some of this design left over with like the big blade on his back when he uses like that electromagnetic levitating thingy. Concept art for Chris's part of the game. Although we were unable to explore these characters in depth, the details behind Chris's team, the Hound Wolf Squad, have been pinned down. And because we weren't able to explore them as much as we wanted to, that's what makes me think we're going to be getting DLC centered around them. Especially BSAA. Like, look, BSAA shows up again. BSAA. I'm telling you, we're going to get DLC based around them fighting against bioweapon BSAA agents that start out as basic grunts and then mutate into horrid monsters. I'm guaranteeing you that's what we're going to get. Because look at all this. We have to get stuff centered around Hound Wolf, right? Centered around Hound Wolf and BSAA, because look at all this concept art. Storyboard from when the players take control of Chris to the point where he infiltrates the village. One plan was to focus on each member of the Hound Wolf Squad. Oh, that would have been interesting. Storyboard of Chris fighting alongside the Hound Wolf Squad inside the village. I definitely think we are, yo! Yo! Fucking badass. Yeah, I really hope we get some DLC centered around all these folks. I'd very much like to see that. Storyboard of the BSA arriving at the village as well as saving Mia. Yeah, look. They're shooting the BSAA. We are going to be fighting the BSAA in one of the cutscenes. I guarantee it. In one of the DLCs. We're going to go to the BSAA HQ because someone has to pay. We're going to get into a fight there or something like that with a bunch of BSAA agents, turn into an FPS shooter for a bit or something like that. And in doing so, the BSAA agents mutate into monsters. I'm betting money on it. I'm betting money on it. Rough design for mutated Miranda, where she was going to transform into a mold creature. The final design looks more like Miranda, which worked better for the plot. I agree. Having her transform into just another giant creature wouldn't have had as much of a story or emotional impact as the fight we did have. Storyboard for the endgame with Ethan's death and Chris's decision, creating a sense of uncertainty as a helicopter flies over the village. She crumbles, Rose is there, he crumbles, detonates, explosion, Mia. Chart a course for BSA HQ. Someone has to pay. Village biohazard. And these are the scenes we see during the credits. And I never really paid much attention to them, but an ill has taken them from the well. People are getting sick. The Cadu is offered as a miracle. The baby is alive, Miranda. But as a price for it, the father, it looks like, grows sick. Okay, it goes from below. They raise a mother and father have a child. Baby's beautiful. One day the mother falls ill. The mother passes. The daughter gets ill. The mother's buried. The daughter gets ill. Everyone is flocking towards the church for guidance from Mother Miranda, it looks like. Please save my daughter. She's saved, but as a result, they're all getting injected with the Cadu. One fares better than worse. The daughter finds her father's turned into a lichen. That's how it started. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the tragedy of Ethan Winter's concept art. And that shall draw to a close. I don't want the audio cutting out on these, but let's have a look at these regardless. Concept art, the storyboard. This looks like a Studio Leica thing. This looks like something Leica would create. Falls into the same kind of dark, macabre aspect. I'm getting some audio stuttering, but since there isn't a lot of talking here, it's not that big of a problem. But it began with scuffed audio and it'll end with scuffed audio, but it is very intriguing. And that final concept art part kind of shows how Miranda came to be this almost deified by the people. She saved him from this illness that she probably orchestrated, knowing that bitch. But it is fascinating to see. And the amount of effort that went into just making this intro is stupendous. And I've never really seen anything like it in any other game. It has this stop motion quality to it. This stop motion like animation quality to it that, like I said before, very much reminds me of very much reminds me of Studio Leica films, like Coraline. It's very, very amazing.
I don't understand why you are so...
What the hell? Mia, get down!
All of this from... I've seen bits and pieces of this from...
Chris? What the fuck?!
Sorry, Ethan.
Audio cutting out a bit, I'm sorry, but it's very interesting seeing this from... Like, me and many others see this as a,
Ethan.
me and many other people still kind of see, this from the sort of thing where we imagine people just standing in a booth and talking into a microphone, or these sort of things. And while a lot of that still does happen, a lot of that is still, a lot of animation and game work is still done that way, motion capture, performance capture has become a much more profound and almost necessary aspect of game design nowadays. Like this game and Red Dead Redemption 2 as well, particularly made that obvious to me. The amount of work it takes to do all this is truly stunning. Maggie's fantastic. I've seen...
Because he is in my castle and has already proven too much for my daughters to handle.
I've seen these videos and such
I won't.
online, and yeah, the audio's stuttering, I'm really sorry, but not really the audio to pay attention. It's just like the amount of work this requires. The fact that they have to keep straight faces while walking around in these frankly ridiculous outfits is nothing short of commendable.
If you entrust the mortal with this task, my daughters will
Neil
my next comes
Newbon
up is
as Heisenberg, always a joy. Truly fantastic actors playing some truly fantastic characters. I really
You mean you'll screw around with him in private?
adore
Where's the
this.
fun in that? Give him to me.
I'm pretty sure you can find these videos online as well.
Ethan Winters.
And
Let's see
rest
what you're
in
really
peace
made of.
to
Ethan
one of the actresses for I can't remember. I think it was Cassandra. Yeah, her actress passed away. But I'm gonna leave. I think you can find these other ones online. Oh, what the hell? I'll play them out. The visual development of Resident Evil Village. Oh, wow. The audio is going to be popping in and out a whole lot. I'm really sorry about that. I knew this was going to happen, but like the level of detail here is truly, truly beyond compare. I'm absolutely floored, especially after everything I saw at the concept art and everything. Like, this is a character who's in the game for less than a couple minutes, and all of this work went into it. It's frankly stupendous. Implementation into game. Concept art, visualization, implementation. My respect for the people who made this game has gone up by an absurd degree after watching all of this. Because yes, some of this was done by computer programs and such, but not all of it. Also, that attack with the cleaver, that was a cutscene. Urias. Like, so many hours and so much work goes into making a video game, period. And for something of this quality to be made is... like, look at this. Environmental graphics development, house exterior. They didn't have to do this. They didn't have to go this extra mile for some of these things, but they did. It's this level of quality that makes me love video games so much. Game wouldn't be what it is without it.
ヴィレッジでレベルデザインを担当している津田です。こちらでは本作におけるレベルデザイン制作について説明いたします。
Starting with my
はじ
job
め
as a
に
level
レベルデザイ
designer.
ナーとは体験を作り出す仕事です。
So my job is to
実
use
現したい
levels
コン
and
セプトやビ
characters
ジョ
to
ンを
give
もとに
players an
感情
emotional
が動くようなゲー
experience
ム
based
体
on
験
the concept for the game.
に空間演出を用意する仕事です。
To do this, I go back and forth with
ディ
the
レクター
director
と
to
のやり
make
取り
sure
で
his vision
コンセプトに沿って
reflected
正し
in
く
the
ゲームに
game.
反映されているかの確認を行います
Resident Evil is a horror series,
バ
so
イオ
it's
ハザー
also
ドの
my
場合
job to make
は
sure the
怖い
game
か
is
どうか
scary
が
and
大きな判断
suspenseful.
基準になるので、怖さや緊張感が要求に達しているかの確認も行います。
When we design the game, we want players to have
演
an
出やゲームデザインを決め
immersive
ていく
experience
際
in
には
unusual
非日常
situations.
的なシチュエーションを没入感を持って
So
体
I'm
験
very
してもらう
conscious
た
of
め
what
に
goes in the
丁
game
寧
and
な
how
入り込みの
space
演
is
出や
planned to
説
create
得
that.
力のある空間設計を行うことを意識しています。
Village was a challenge because we
ヴィレ
needed
ッ
to
ジで
create
苦
a
労した
whole
点
new
として
horror
は、ホラーとい
experience.
う限られた枠組みの中で種類の違う体験を用意する必要があるところです。
In fact, the level design for the
ヴィレ
entire
ッジに限ら
Resident
ず、
Evil
バイオハザード
series
シリーズのレベル
attracts
デ
a
ザイ
lot
ン
of
制作
people
に
who
おいて
love
は、
horror
怖い
and
も
who
のに
love
アン
to
テナ
be
を張ってい
scared.
て、怖がらせることに対して引き出しが多い人が向いていると思います。
They want to be surprised by enemies and stumped by puzzles, to be made to think and feel all
敵を
kinds
驚
of
かしたり、
things.
パズ
I agree with that.
ルと思わせたり、さま
I
ざま
hope
な思
players
考
see and experience every facet of the deeply detailed village we've created.
が要求されます。
I'm sure
ヴィレ
many
ッ
of
ジで
them
ユ
won't
ーザー
just
に
be
体験
scared,
見
but
て
will
ほし
become
いシチュエー
many
ションと
other
しては、
experiences
いろい
along
ろな
the
表情を
way.
見せる作り込まれた村を隅々まで体験してほしいです。恐怖を感じ
Fascinating. Fascinating stuff. I'm arigato. Truly, truly fantastic stuff all around. And yeah, I'm floored by all that. And oh my god, I have literally been doing this for 4 hours. But yeah, that's the concept art, that's the figures, that's the movies, that's everything. And I gave my thoughts along the way, but overall, this has been one of my favorite games of the year, and probably one of my favorite games ever. I positively adore this game. Like, there's just something about this game and the last couple Resident Evil games that scratches this profound itch almost that no other game can really do. And I love it so much, and you know, I'm so excited to see what they do next. I definitely think we're going to be seeing a DLC that has Chris and the Hound Wolf Squad go up against BSAA. Maybe we'll be seeing something with Ada. We'll be seeing... They confirmed that they're working on more DLC and content for Village after popular demand. People can criticize Capcom for a lot of things, but you can't criticize them for how they've done a complete 180 with the Resident Evil franchise over the last 5 years. You cannot fault them for that. But I hope you all enjoyed that little delve and my little rambling thoughts. I'm extremely excited to see where this goes. And you can bet your ass I'll be streaming every minute of it. Whatever comes next. Be it an adventure as Zoe, an adventure as Rose, or whatever else Capcom has in store. I'd very much like to see this next generation of protagonists start getting into their own adventures. I'd love to see the family of Ethan Winters appear more. And I'm just very excited to see what happens next. Overall, 10 out of 10 game, without a doubt. But, with all that said and done, I'll see you all next time, everybody. My current plans are, tomorrow, finish up Resident Evil 7, the DLC there. And from there, I'll be gone for the next 3 months. Yeah. But I'll be scheduling uploads of several of my VODs over those 3 months while I'm gone, so y'all can still have just a little bit of your favorite J-Man until I get back. And when I get back, hopefully I'll be refreshed and renewed and a much better version of myself and someone who's a little more learned in the world. And hopefully when I get back, I can really start hammering things out. I've got a bunch of games I am looking forward to streaming for you all, and a bunch of games I'm looking forward to playing as well. So, I hope you all can bear with me, and can just wait until I get back. But when I get back, Dying Light, Subnautica, whatever other fun stuff has happened while I'm gone, I've got a nice backlog of games that we can go through. Darkwood, Subnautica, Dying Light, and hopefully my new emotes will be here by the time I get back as well. But we'll just have to wait and see. Until then, my name has been J-Man. This has been Miners Love Games. This has been Resident Evil Village. For now, at least. And I will see you all next time, everybody. Stay awesome, stay safe, stay wonderful, and stay beautiful. I will see you all next time, everybody. Goodbye. And stay awesome.